I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Okay. Ready? Right.
Fucking thing sucks. We'll do it live. Okay.
We're doing it live, ladies and gents. Yes, indeed. Good morning, Memories with Mike. We got Top Signal in the building. What's good? What's good? What's good? Hope everyone's doing well today. Got me on the wrong setting. 1 second. We got to do this first. We ain't going to do that yet. We're going to get to the trades today. Hope everyone's doing well. Again, welcome to the show. We're going to get right into it. I think first things first. First things first. Let's see what that sound was about. We got to sell ETH. We got to take profit on Solana, sell ETH. Aren't we already in a short on ETH? No, we're not. Let me take care of that real quick. Take care of the short on ETH. Give me 1 second, ladies and gents. Let me get the music queued up here. Hit that like button as you guys roll in here today. It's been a hell of a morning. That's for sure. All right, so got the ETH trade locked in for us. But what I want to do first, I got a special announcement, and some of you who are lifetime Bloodalytics members may have seen the alert. I think it went out early this morning, but you've been added to or given access to the scalping chart on TradingView. I had to modify it because I wanted it to be available to everyone without having to upgrade your TradingView accounts and stuff. So I made it available, or I kind of fine-tuned it to the 1 minute chart. As you guys can see here, this is the scalping system available to all Bloodalytics members who are lifetime members. And if you are currently if you're not on a lifetime membership, but you got like a yearly or 6 month or something like that, let me know, and just send me your TradingView username so I can add you to access to this, because everyone is a lifetime. I think I have everyone that's a lifetime member on there and the current members. But if I skipped you or missed you by mistake, let me know. I'll get you access to this link. And actually, the link is available to everyone. You just won't be able to see the indicators. Let's see. AI Griff said, went to bed with a long end and caught 35% when I woke up. Hey, round of applause to that. We got Caffeinated Crypto in the building. Good morning to you too, AI Griff. Look, didn't know. Well, it was limited time only. Excellent deal. It was back not last Christmas, the Christmas before. I did it for a limited time Bloodalytics lifetime membership. I think it was like $1,400, something like that. So you get all the upgrades going forward. But anyway, so this chart, you see, I just dropped a link in the chat room for you as well. This is available to everyone too. For later today, it'll be available for a monthly fee. I think we're doing it at I want to say $24.99. $24.99 a month. You get access to the scalping 1 minute system, Bloodalytics system. Again, I made it 1 minute so that you don't have to upgrade your TradingView account. All you got to do is have a TradingView account, the basic one. You have the basic TradingView account. You'll be able to load this once you purchase the monthly membership. Okay. And it's damn good. Like, it's almost as good as my private one. Is actually more profitable per trade. It's just not as profitable, if that makes sense. Like, mine takes more L's, but the wins are bigger. But it's very good. It's very good. Let me get my bald headed self out the way. Let's see here. So as you can see, I'm trying to listen, help me wake up, y'all. I didn't go to sleep at like 4 o'clock this morning. An espresso shot is good though. Really good. We're gonna get into the trades in a minute, y'all, because I gotta break down what's going on. Bitcoin definitely punched back last night. But again, you'll be able to go to bloodalytics.com later today and get yourself access to it. If you're not a member already, you'll be able to just sign up specifically for this link, this chart, these two charts. Okay, Ethereum versus USDT and Bitcoin versus USDT. Very good scalping signals. Like, for example, this morning, actually, it's last night. My bad. So last night, Thursday, 10 p.m., almost 11 o'clock, tried to go short. Then we turned that into a long at 11:25, and that short, that long took us all the way up here, and we're now short. So you can just go. You'll be able to go back and just look at all the trades and see how great of a signal it is. Now, it doesn't mean it's disclaimer. Doesn't mean it's going to work forever. And I will be monitoring it and upgrading it if need be. And you will have periods of drawdowns and periods of non-profitability, but overall, it's a very good signal. So check it out. Again, bloodalytics.com later today. I gotta fix that domain name, because for some reason, when you do www.bloodalytics.com, it screws up, or it's something to do with the SSL, or how you got to do it without the SSL, HTTP, no S, and put it in. How about I do this? How about I just drop it in the chat room right now so you have the proper way to get to it until I fix it? Because you actually can, it's a redirect anyway. So what you want to do is go to cryptoblood.io/trading. It'll be up there later today. You can sign up. $25, $24.99 a month. My guy Crypto, yo, in the house. Crypto Next said, I need a Dage Loaf or a V's feature. I know you tied in. I do have connects to Dage Loaf. I don't have any with V's or Vez, however you say his name. We're starting to drop again. We're looking at the public available scalping Bloodalytics signal. You can load up and just do your thing. Now the yellow areas, there's going to be two tiers, but the first tier right now coming out is pro level, which allows you to modify. You'll be able to modify your parameters to tune in on how you want to do it. You may have some parameters that are better than the default ones I have for you. Okay. So that's the pro level that's coming out right now or later today. The standard level or version will have no parameters. It'll just be this, and you can't modify it. So it'll be a little bit cheaper, but it still should get the job done. But if you really want to get in there and get your hands dirty, you can mod it and make it however you want. Dang, this bad boy is starting to drop seriously, huh? What we looking like over here? All right, we got a running P&L. We're still, I know, you see we're up 400 or 500 right now, but that's being down from yesterday. So we are just climbing ourselves out of this hole here. If I bring up the trades over on BYDFi, you'll see we are short, except for BNB, and we were short BNB, but it told us to go long. So unfortunately, we went back long on that one. But we'll catch it. We'll definitely catch it. Let's see on the BNB really quickly. Let's see. I gotta load it over here. 1 second. Let's load this over here. Let's see what's going on with BNB. Oh, so we got a short. I just missed it. Damn, I missed it. All right, so as you can see, the short the short signal was literally like 4 or 5 minutes ago. So I'm going to reverse this trade on the BNB so that we're short. So now we're short. We missed that entry on that one. We missed the entry on that one. Overall, we're very bearish right now. We're going to take a look at the, let's bring it up right now, actually. Let's bring up the normal chart. We went, I got an indicator that's kind of giving me a pulse on the overall market, which is how I was able to predict yesterday that we were about to roll over, right? So this morning, we went back bullish at about 4 o'clock this morning. However, we are starting to turn over again to flag a bearish momentum. So just giving y'all the heads up on that. Just giving you the heads up on that. But here we go. This is the interesting scenario we got going on here now in the markets. So these V's, I told you here yesterday morning at 10:30 in the morning, I said we're gonna roll over. I said that up here 10:30. I said, yep, markets are gonna take a dump. We went down, but the real dump happened right here. This was the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve news. I think the markets didn't particularly like that they weren't buying. Trump wasn't announcing that he was buying new Bitcoin. He was just taking the Bitcoin that he stole. Well, he didn't steal it. Well, maybe he did. I'm sure they confiscated some Bitcoin over during his first term. He wasn't Bitcoin friendly then. He didn't have the right people in his ear, but that the government stole. So that will be the part of consist and make up the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve. Markets didn't like that. Okay, we're starting. I'm looking like we're getting close to back to 17K. We have about $1,000 P&L right now, but markets didn't like that, right? Here we go. Let's line up. 5 trades open short. I'm hoping this is the next leg down. If it is, this will be a great move. Up 1,200 now. Shout out to Crypto City. Yeah, DM me, Crypto Neck. DM me and tell me what you're trying to do, bro, and I can possibly get you in touch with Dage. Loaf. Oh, fine ass. So shout out to Dage Loaf. Little pretty fine thing. Little pretty fine. Man, is she lesbian or not? I don't know. I get mixed vibes from her. But she fine. If she would just add another 100, not 100. 50 to 60 pounds on that little frame, boy. Yes, indeed. All right, so short on those across the board. We're starting to dump. We're starting to really move lower. And again, I think you guys are going to enjoy this signal. I told you I was going to release it last week, I think. But I said, you know what? Let's make this, because initially it was on the 5 second. And if it's on the 5 second time frame, you have to have a pro level or higher with TradingView. And I just wanted to make it as least of an option or barrier for most people. You're already going to be paying for the signal. try not to have to add an additional cost with TradingView. So I retuned it to the 1 minute. Everyone has access to the 1 minute chart. You might not have as many bars or the historical data on the standard plan from TradingView, but you'll be able to utilize it within that time frame that you do have. So that's the great part about it. But we have broken back below the channel. We're playing with that area right here a few times. This is on a 13-minute bar. We dipped and hit it and tried to go up, but we're starting to roll over. And like I said, I personally think we are going to roll back lower and take out this area because we took out all those other V's from this slam down. And markets, don't forget, once the violation happens, it's on the chart forever. All right, so again, this is the link I just dropped in the chat room. This is what you'll have access to for Ethereum and Bitcoin. And as you see, we went short at 10:30, almost on the dot on Bitcoin. That's a great short right there. Took some profits on the Ethereum. I don't think I took any profits on the Ethereum trade. So let me do that right now. Let's take 25% of that off the table now. The algo trades over on Blowfin. We're shaking and baking over there too. Let's bring that up really quickly for you. Here are the trades on Blowfin we have open. Now these are the automated trades. 7 trades open, all short. So we're heavily or fully bearish on the markets right now. FYI, my indicator for the markets just went bearish again for the overall markets. It typically means we're going to roll over. It's not 100%. We may get like one more wave up, and then we'll start heading lower again. That's typically what happens. You get a roll, you get a signal to go bearish or bullish, and then you get the opposite or counter trend move, and then you'll head further in that direction. But it just depends. This time we might just go straight down. Not gonna lie. I don't know. I think we might just go straight down. But I'm just letting you know that we could get a wave up first. One more wave up like this. We could get one of these moves and then down. Hit that like button, y'all, if y'all like this alpha on the trading side. Finest stud I've seen. There you go. I mean, like real talk. What a waste. What a freaking waste, bro. Stage loaf is fine, man. Let me see. Let's pull up Dage Loaf. I know this is trading, but I'm just I'm just ratchet like that sometimes. Look at Dave's Loaf. Nothing like a Butch wearing buffs, right? A Butch in buffs. How about that? She got the buffs, the white buffs on. No, but she's really really cute girl. Yeah, she's a cute girl. I just wish she was truly into men. But to each his own, man, you know. I ain't got no problem with it. Do you? All right, so yeah, we'll see what happens here. But we're monitoring what's going on. We're taking another profit on Ethereum short. Getting some of that chicken off the table. Trading live right now on BYD5 and Blowfin. And we'll be trading with WeX next week, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be trading with WeX next week. We got the algo busting over on Blowfin. We got the manual trading going on BYD5. I suggest you guys definitely take a look at both of those exchanges. All right. Let me bring up the links for that. All right, here's a QR code for Blowfin, what you see on the screen right now. That's the algo. Actually, I'm gonna be honest with you. I've dealt with a couple exchanges in the past using their API, right, to connect my algo to it. I have to say, by far, Blowfin's API system, your server infrastructure, whatever, has been the most reliable I've seen. I've rarely missed any trades, no misfires. If the misfire happens, it's from my end on the server. Something goes wrong. That really eliminates that happening, because that doesn't happen much. But on their side, very rarely do I ever have a problem with the APIs firing from my end to their end. So shout out to Blowfin, very stable. And then we have BYD5 in the building. Scan that QR code to sign up for an account there. Once you do that, you can join the free trading Telegram room where we're giving out market analysis, swing trades, scalping. But you ain't gonna really need, the scalping. Sign up with that Bloodalytics link, boy. You're gonna be good to go. You hear me? Good to go. But look out for the tweet later today. We'll have the page up. $24 a month for access to the scalping system for Bitcoin and Ethereum. Excellent system, man. I'm telling y'all, you should definitely make more than 25. I can't guarantee nothing, but you should definitely be able to make more than $25 a month. I'll tell you that much. And again, it's already available to all Bloodalytics lifetime members. You just have to go into your trading view, and then you should have like a, where would it be? Let me see. I'm not even sure where that would be. Let me see if I can figure it out really quickly, so you guys will know. Let's see. Yeah, like I said, you know, if you view it publicly, you won't be able to see the actual trades because you have to have a well, I'm not logged in, so you can't see a period. But once you log in, you have to have a be invited. The script has to be invited, or you invited to it, an invitation sent to your account. I'm just logging into my other account because I'm trying to show you guys what it looks like when you get the invite. I think it's down here. Yeah. All right. So that's what it is. All right. So when you log into your account, once you sign up, you'll get a link anyway. You'll get a link, or you got the link. You can just go to the link and it'll pop up once you're signed in. You'll be able to see the trades. This is my other account. It's just a standard account. I don't have basic plan. No, you know, paid free plan on TradingView. So you'll get the notifications bell at the bottom there. You'll see that, and then you'll see, and this is for my lifetime members too, so that you guys know you've already been granted access to it. But you'll see under notifications, Crypto Blood Algo 2 has granted you access to the script. You just click that. It'll bring you to the script's landing page. And then I have a link to the chart right there. And you can just click that and it'll open it in a new window for you. Bada boom, bada bing. Things are starting for all of these shorts. We got 7 of them on deck on the algo. Let's see what the chat room talking about. Sir Moss. I don't know, bro. The finest stud box gotta be Candace Parker or Juju Watkins. Candace Parker? Who is that? Who is Juju? Where have I been? Who are all these stud? Where's the stud love? Who is Juju? Let's look up Juju. Who is Juju, man? Juju? Let's see. This is Juju? All right, we got to take profit on Bitcoin. We got to take that. We got to pause from the women. All right, so back to, so we took profits on Bitcoin again. Just to FYI show you right here. Took more profits. All right. But we got to get back to this. Are you guys talking about this woman right here? Let me know. Mind the Tron. I didn't know you were from the D, bro. Never knew that. D is in Dallas or Detroit? Rage Against Machine. Yeah, hit me up, bro. We gotta talk. I forgot to give you a ring back. Definitely forgot to give you a ring back, bro. My bad. Juju Watkins, because I was about to say this Juju used to date Cameron. I was about to say this Juju used to date Cameron, and she's fine too. I think she Haitian. All right, let's look up Juju Watkins. Let's look up Juju Watkins. All right, so Juju Watkins. Huh? Nah, bro. Sorry.
I thought you were street smart, bro.
Like, this is not gonna cut it for me. Sorry, this is not cutting it. Unless we got some off the court action, not gonna cut it, buddy. Not gonna cut it. Nah. First of all, y'all gotta understand, man. I'm 40 years old. First, that's number one. Now, you know, I'm not into the real young ones. I'm not into the young. I need 30 and up. 30 and up. So this don't do it for me. But at any rate, we are looking good on the shorts, man. Trying to climb out of this hole. Let's see what we got here. And we're not really in the hole. Up still almost 70% on the account. But we took a slump because I was trading at the end of the day. That's why I had to force myself to get up so we could trade during the middle of the day, get some more consistent liquidity and price action. Doing good today, Tron. Thanks for asking, brother. Drewski got like 10 studs on his Finding Love show. Too funny. Drewski is a character. That guy is pretty funny. I have to admit. I haven't watched his stuff in a long time, but yeah, he's pretty funny. Let's see what the other Bloodalytics trades are doing. All right, so our Solana short is still intact. We doubled up on a short on Tron. And BNB short is coming back to a break-even area. Near's over here tweaking. It's been going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But Near, the last few trades of Near has been like on some world breaking record type stuff, boy. I mean, this short was huge, this long was huge, so not surprised to have some consolidation. We took an L We took some of that short, took some profits, but ended up stopping out right here, going long, and then we started this stuff. Now it looks like it might continue its pattern down on near, just from the looks of it. Not gonna lie, markets are starting to roll over. All coins are. Hedera, short intact. And we're not using these two Ethereum and Bitcoin trades or signals. We're using the other versions where the scalping ones on the 1 minute. Though these are very good ones too. Bitcoin and Ethereum ones. I mean, they will be in shorts as well, both in shorts. But we're not using those two. We're using, well, you'll be using this one, the public one here. Yes, Mondatron. Thank you for reminding me. Shout out to Jason Lynch for sending me that last night. That's epic. That's crazy. That's great. They've been floating that for a while. NASDAQ going 24 hours, y'all. They better, yay. Gotta keep up with the Joneses. Crypto's 24 hours, man. You gotta make the NASDAQ 24 hours. Gotta make it. Next is gonna be NYSE. Next, before you know it, the whole Wall Street stock market will be 24 hours. I think the market is bearish because BitBoy is in legal trouble. Ha ha ha, that's funny. That boy crazy. That boy needs some help, man. Hope he gets it. What's bracking? What's going on, Clay the Great? Thanks for tuning in. Some shorts played out. You called it. Last few strands. Hey, bro. Tried to tell him. Thank you for recognizing. Downward trend with small pop shots. Yep. That's exactly what happened, brother. We'll go over that again right now. Matter of fact, might as well. We're hovering around 1,000 P&L right now. We took profits, though, this session already. Maybe about 300 or so. 400. But we still got 1,000, almost 1,100 on the table. But to play the great's point, I called it, man. I said we would. First of all, I put a tweet out. Let's look at the tweet from 10:30 last night, or 10:30 yesterday morning. Let's see what we got. Okay. All right, so let's look at this. So yesterday morning, 10:30 a.m., I put this out. So we're talking about right here at the top, because I drew this trend line for you the day before that. I drew this trend line for you to map out how this was all going to play out. And it did exactly what I said it was going to do, because I drew the trend lines properly. This is what this is going to separate you from the think they know how to traders. All right, so you can take it's player versus player, so you got to take somebody money. You got to take somebody money, right? So I'm giving you $1 million worth of game for free right here. This is why I drew it through this upward one, because again, you're not trying to capture all the waves. You're trying to capture most of the waves, and that's why you count when you're doing your trend lines. You count the number of touches, and that the trend line that has more touches is the one you follow. And lo and behold, I mean, we go back here. 1 touch, 2 touch, 3 touch, 4, 5. We haven't even done this. This is the big drop, Trump drop. So 5 and then 6 this morning. Boom. Come on, man. Do you know anybody do it better than Crypto Blood? I'll answer it for you. No. You don't. No indicators. Bit source in the building. Anyone know where Summit will be streaming at 1:30 p.m.? Summit? What Summit? I'm guessing something should be on YouTube. Probably. I'm not sure what Summit you're referring to though, bro. Major Dial in the building. Good morning to you too, my friend. We're just in here trying to trade it up. Getting that money back. Make you want a salsa or something, right? Again, for the latecomers, this link right here, this chart will be available later today for the public. It's a 1-minute chart scalping system for Bitcoin and Ethereum. Use at your leisure for your gain. You'll just need to visit here, scan this QR code, visit bloodalytics.com. That'll take you there, and it'll be up there at the top or near the bottom or something. You'll be able to sign up. All right. You will need to have, at minimum, just a basic level TradingView account. So sign up for TradingView. If you don't already have a TradingView account, just get the basic one. That's all you'll need. And you'll need your user name. When you're signing up, you'll need to put that in the field when you're signing up for this Bloodalytics signal. And where do you find your username? It's just whatever it says here. That's your username. Whatever you put, I don't know how when you sign up how that works, but that'll be your username. So you'll need that. All right, what we got going on? What's going on here? Kamala Harris seriously considering a run for governor of California. Do these people live in like a parallel universe or something, bro? Like you can't read the room, huh? I see clearly. Yeah, this is crazy about Tate brothers getting investigated by Florida AG. Strange.
Private sector manufacturing jobs.
Let's see what Trump is talking about.
All of those jobs, 10,000 jobs, and we barely started yet. That's a very unusual number. People are surprised by it. I'm even a little surprised. On auto jobs, we created almost 9,000 new jobs in the auto production field. And the reason for that is largely they think things are happening, so they're already geared up. In some cases, they had rooms in their plants, or they had empty plants that they were able to put into use quickly because they see, because of the tariffs, they don't want to be dealing with other places, and they don't want to go back and forth and around and through the borders and across Mexico border and Canada border and all of, they want to have the jobs in one location. And they've had space, and if they had space, they were able to create the jobs almost immediately. In some cases, they'll be building plants to take care of those jobs. So we created 9,000 new jobs already in the auto production, auto parts manufacturing. So we want the auto parts ideally, and I think from a simplicity standpoint too, to be built and made in the United States. It's in a single month. That all took place in a single month, 9,000 new auto jobs. You haven't heard that in a long time. After auto workers lost more than 27,000 auto jobs in the final year of Biden. These are also high-paying jobs. These are very prime jobs. The ISM Manufacturing Survey and the S&P Manufacturing Survey have also confirmed that our administration is presiding over a brand new domestic manufacturing boom after major collapse under Biden. It was a collapse. All he did is keep adding new government jobs, which are not the jobs you want. We're trying to shrink government and grow the private sector. That's what we've been doing. Under the final 2 years of Biden, 1 in every 4 jobs created in America was a government job. That's a tremendous percentage. But under the first full month of President Trump, which we haven't even gotten started yet, an incredible 93% of all job gains were in the private sector. So that statistic just came out. Big gains for native-born Americans. For the first time in 15 months, the job gains for native-born Americans, for American people, people born in America, exceeded job gains for migrant and foreign-born workers. This is the first time that's happened in more than 15 months. Employment for native-born workers went up by 284,000, while foreign-born workers went down by 87,000. Now, you've heard the same stat where foreign workers were taking up all the jobs, or almost all the jobs. In some cases, literally all of the jobs. And now it's 284,000 native-born jobs here, people born in our country, 284,000, while foreign-born workers went down by 87,000. First time that's happened in a long time. So these are incredible numbers, and they're very early. I mean, we're here for 5 weeks, but we have been talking about it since the big win in November 5th. So a lot of these people, they listen to us speak and they say, well, I'm going to gear up, and they're gearing up. And so they've been gearing up. They've had a little time. It's not just 5 weeks. It's 5 weeks plus a few months. And they are, they put it into effect pretty quickly. They have confidence that what I'm saying is going to happen. So with that, I'd like to ask a highly respected gentleman, Kevin Hassett. He's been with us for a long time, and he's been right about a lot. We had the greatest economy in history in the first term, and Kevin was a big part of it. So Kevin, could you maybe give it a little description, please?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Trump. I think that the 3 things that you emphasized during the campaign is that you wanted to create domestic, high-paying manufacturing jobs, that you wanted to end wasteful government spending and reduce the unproductive government workers, and in fact unleash them into the private economy where they could be more productive, and to create jobs for Americans. A lot of people said that if you deported illegals, the employment would go down because no Americans would take those jobs. And if you look, 280,000 American-born folks were hired, manufacturing jobs are going up, and this is just out of the expectation of your future policies, really, sir. It's in April when your Reciprocal Trade Act is expected to happen. The tax cuts haven't passed yet, and so people are clearly expecting the golden age. And if you want to forecast the future numbers, everybody, just keep in mind that President Trump has already gotten us $1.7 trillion in commitments of new factories, and those haven't even happened yet. Those aren't even in the numbers. And so I expect this is going to be a glimpse of the golden age to come, sir.
Thank you very much. One other thing, in Canada, we find that they're charging us over 200% for dairy products. You know about that. And when I left, we had that well taken care of, but under Biden, they just kept raising it. Very difficult to deal with, the Canadian representatives. 250% for dairy products, tariff. So where do you hear that? You don't hear that. They have a tremendously high tariff, give you the exact numbers in a little while coming out, on lumber. So they sell us lumber. They have a tremendous tariff. They make it impossible for us to sell lumber or dairy products into Canada, but our numbers are a tiny fraction of that, almost non-existent. And what we're doing is freeing up our forests from the environmental nonsense that they put on them, where you can't cut down a tree. And we have to cut down trees in order to build the firewalls. And those trees are sold, but we're freeing it up on an emergency basis because Canada has been ripping us off for years on tariffs for lumber and for dairy products. 250%, nobody ever talks about that. 250% tariff, which is taking advantage of our farmers, so that's not gonna happen anymore. They'll be met with the exact same tariff unless they drop it. And that's what reciprocal means. And we may do it as early as today, or we'll wait till Monday or Tuesday. But that's what we're going to do. We're going to charge the same thing. It's not fair. Never has been fair. And they've treated our farmers badly. Look, our country's been ripped off by everybody. That stops now. I had it stopped in my first term. And we're going to really stop it now because this has been very unfair. Our country, from an economic standpoint, a financial standpoint, and a trade standpoint, has been absolutely ripped off by almost every country in the world. Canada, Mexico, and then you just go right down the line. India charges us massive tariffs, massive. You can't even sell anything into India. It's almost restrictive. It is restrictive. You know, we do very little business inside. They've agreed, by the way, they want to cut their tariffs way down now because somebody's finally exposing them for what they've done. And same thing with China, same thing with a lot of other countries. And the EU has been a terrible abuser of this country. I mean, the EU was formulated in order to take advantage of the United States.
Canadian roots hat off.
Not taking advantage of this roots hat. So sometimes you'll hear some negative things. It's always from outside countries. America will be very strong. And, you know, if I'm a foreign country, they're going to do fine. But they can't do like they used to do because we're going to bring back our business into this country. We need it from a job standpoint. We need it from even just a psychological standpoint. Think of it, 90,000 factories are gone since the beginning of NAFTA. So we're not going to have that, and we're going to see them build it back. Now we've already had 5 major automobile companies. First time you've heard this in a long time, since my first term, actually, where we were really rocking and rolling, and then Biden came in and he stopped everything, like such a stupid thing to do, not even a believable thing. But we have many auto plants now coming in. We have big chip plants. We have the biggest chip company in the world, most powerful, probably one of the most powerful companies in the world. Wouldn't you say, Kevin? And he's coming in and they're building one of the largest chip plants in the world. That'll be done in Arizona, mostly in Arizona. And that'll give us a big percentage at one plant.
You peeped that too, Woo. That's not the first time he's done that. I was going to mention that. It's so funny you picked up on that. I was going to definitely mention that after the live stream. After this,
was a tough, smart guy. I used to read about him when I was a young man, and he did an incredible job. He really dominated the chip business. And then he died, and I guess they had a series of people that didn't know what the hell they were doing, and we gradually lost the chip business, and now it's almost exclusively in Taiwan. They stole it from us. They took it from us, and I don't blame them. I give them credit. I blame the people that were sitting in this seat because they allowed it to happen. We could have protected that so easily. But so we had the chip business, and now it's all in Taiwan, almost exclusive, a little bit in South Korea, but mostly in Taiwan. And it's very important. Everything you do, everything you touch is now about chips. The brake of a car, the cars have chips all over the place. I was reading an article the other day where they talk about the brakes of a car are loaded up with chips. Who would think that a brake has a chip in it? But it's all about chips. So That was a big thing, and they'll be investing hundreds of billions of dollars in this country, and we'll be taking back a big portion of that industry. We have others coming in too. But a lot of car manufacturers are coming in, and they're coming in fast. And one of the reasons you see these numbers, and again, Kevin said it, and I said it a little bit, but the fact that they know I won the election, so after I was president-elect, they assumed that I was going to do what I said, because I do what I say. And so these numbers really reflect a lot of things that took place since November 5th.
That's great.
So Kevin, thank you very much. Great job. Any questions?
Mr. President, how concerned are you that the large-scale federal government layoffs will weaken the labor market? How concerned are you?
The large-scale fentanyl what?
The federal government layoffs will impact the labor market, will weaken the labor market.
Oh. No, I think the labor market's going to be fantastic, but it's going to have high-paying manufacturing jobs as opposed to government jobs. We had too many people in government. You can't just do that. We had too many. This is for 40 years. You know, this isn't just now. This built up and got worse and worse, and they just hire more and more people. You look at Department of Education, it seems like so many buildings I ride by, it says Department of Education. They're all over the place. And we don't even want it. We want the education to be given by the states. It'll be much better. It'll move us to the top of the list from the bottom of the list, and actually save us money. But not, it's too important to even talk about them. It'll save us a lot of money, but we don't want that. We want education to be given. So you go to Iowa and Indiana and Idaho and all these places, they're so well run. They're going to be producing education that will be the equivalent of, like Denmark is one, Norway, Sweden. Actually, China is one of the better in terms of education, and so we can't blame size anymore. You know, China has 1.4 billion people,
Right.
but they're very high on the list. The one thing we're doing well on, we're number one on the list, is cost per pupil. We spend more money than any other country in the world by far. So I jokingly say the one thing we do well on is the cost. We spend more money, and yet we're toward the
Healthcare,
bottom of
too.
the list. Yeah.
Mr. President, I want to ask you the joint address. Millions of Americans watched your joint address earlier this week, where you warned that there could be a little disturbance that Americans could feel as a function of these taxes, these tariffs. How much disturbance are you willing to accept in the near term as a function of that? And to set expectations, how long should Americans expect things to cost a bit more?
Well, so far, Peter, there hasn't been very much, because these numbers are coming out. We're here for just a little over 4 weeks, and these are fantastic numbers. I was watching some of the reports this morning. They were surprised. There could be some disturbance, a little bit of disturbance. I solved a little bit of that because I have respect for our auto companies, and I gave them a little bit of a 1-month reprieve because it was unfair, although I'm sure they'll take advantage of it. I see they're driving a lot of cars into the U.S. to try and avoid the tariffs, and they're taking advantage of it a little bit. But they called me, they asked me, they said, could they have a little bit of help? And I decided, they're American companies, USMCA, and I let them have that. But this really kicks in, the reciprocals, kicks in on, let's see, I guess the 2nd. And I wanted it to be the 1st so badly, just didn't want to be on April Fool's Day. So I made it the 2nd. That's going to cost a lot of money. That one day is going to cost a lot of money, but that's okay. But I don't see it. I don't see anything. I see good reports. I think we're going to have good numbers from the beginning. Now, the globalists won't love this because this brings jobs back to America. So if they're coming back to America, maybe you'll lose some in
How many people think
the other parts of the world.
How many people think that Trump's 130 summit, crypto, I think you guys said crypto summit, live cast, how many people think it's going to be a positive for crypto's prices today to finish the week out? Do you think it's going to be a good thing? Type 1 in the chat room. If you think we're going to sell off on whatever topics he's referring to or talking about, give me a 2. I want to get a pulse on the chat.
Are you done going forward with the pauses and the carve-outs? Is that it for those?
There'll always be changes and adjustments, and you can't just. I could have, for instance, told the American car companies, "No, I'm not going to give you anything," and then you wouldn't have had to say, "Well, they're getting a little extra." It's just a little bit of a 1-month reprieve. They're very happy about what's happening. They won't have to go across borders, and you see the zigzagging. You have a fender made in Canada, you have something else made in Mexico. We don't want that. We want it made here. But there'll always be some modifications. I mean, if you have a wall in front of you, sometimes you have to go around the wall instead of through it. But I think very little. I think very little. On occasion, if we can do something, we want to help companies. We want to help companies create jobs. So I could have left that, and you wouldn't have had
Everyone is
a minor
predominantly
change.
too for
Instead, I was
summit.
asked by
crypto reaction to the
majors,
summit
real
today.
majors, the big
Interesting.
majors, if they could do this, and I said, yeah, I'll do it. I want you to produce a lot of jobs. And numerous of the people, actually all of the people I spoke to have already been, they're very much on the way to already doing it. That's why you have auto jobs increase. And the man, I don't know him, Sean Fain, I don't know him, and I did great, as you know, with the auto workers, with the Teamsters, with unions, I did fantastically well. Best numbers ever by a Republican. And I have a lot of respect for those people. But Sean Fain, who I don't know, but wasn't a supporter, although the auto workers were big supporters. I watched him last night, and he said Donald Trump is absolutely right on tariffs. He said what he's doing on tariffs is an incredible thing, and it's about time somebody had the guts to do it, because we're going to save auto manufacturing. And I said to people when I was campaigning, you're going to have so many auto jobs, you're not going to believe what's going to happen. We're going to load up Michigan. I won the state of Michigan, as you know. And part of the reason I won it is I got a lot of auto workers that voted for me, Detroit, etc. But I think people are going to be very surprised. Yes.
Shout out to Trump for dropping the D.
Manufacturing, how a significant percentage is now in Taiwan. You also mentioned it in your address to Congress, and you called on Congress to overturn the CHIPS Act, which had bipartisan support in the last Congress. Why would you like to see this particular law overturned?
Because it's hundreds of billions of dollars and it's just a waste of money. Now, some people have already taken the money and used it. Actually, it's very hard to qualify because they go by race, they go by gender, they go by all sorts of things. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. You won't be able to find those people. So I don't even think anybody can qualify. They have so many different categories in order to qualify. You have to have so many of a certain race, a certain gender, a certain this, a certain, and I don't think they can qualify, but if they take the money, they better qualify because they'll be watching them. But it's a tremendous waste of money. I didn't give the greatest chip company in the world, one of the greatest companies, I didn't give them 10 cents. They came here because of tariffs, because they didn't want to pay the tariffs. And they also came here because they like the results of the election, because they know that I'm very pro-business and pro-jobs. I mean, I'm pro-business, not for business sake. I'm pro-business because of jobs, because business is producing the jobs. Okay?
Considering on Russia, if I may, President Putin is bombing Ukraine.
Yeah.
Do you still believe him when he tells you that he wants peace?
Yeah, no, I believe him. I believe him. I think we're doing very well with Russia. But right now they're bombing the hell out of Ukraine, and I'm finding it more difficult, frankly, to deal with Ukraine. And they don't have the cards. They don't have the cards. As you know, we're meeting in Saudi Arabia on sometime next week, early. And we're talking, I find that in terms of getting a final settlement, it may be easier dealing with Russia, which is surprising because they have all the cards. I mean, they're bombing the hell out of them right now. And I put a statement in, a very strong statement. Can't do that. You can't do that.
Mr. President.
We're trying to help them. And Ukraine has to get on the ball and get a job done. Michael, could you come up here? I see Michael back there. Good, I'm glad. He's traveling all over the world. I just saw him come in the door. Could you give a little definition of what's going on, please?
Sure. Well, the president has been crystal clear, and he's been clear to all sides. The fighting has to stop. Both sides need to get to the table. We had a good engagement. Both leaders have said only President Trump could do so, and only he has been able to do so. We had an initial engagement with the Russians. The Ukrainians had a great opportunity to bind our economies together through that mineral deal. Unfortunately, that didn't go so well, but we think we're going to get things back on track. Secretary Rubio, myself and the Ukrainian delegation will be meeting in Saudi Arabia next week to get these talks back on track, get a ceasefire in place, and drive peace home under President Trump's leadership.
You put out
I think both parties want to settle. I think if I wasn't president, this war would have had no chance of settlement, zero chance. But I think we're going to get it settled and stopped. We got to stop. They're losing on average 2,000 soldiers a week. That's a lot of soldiers. Do you agree, Peter?
It's a lot of soldiers on both sides, I agree. Do you, Mr. President, think that Vladimir Putin is taking advantage of the U.S. pause right now on intelligence and military aid to Ukraine?
Of course.
I actually think he's doing what anybody else would do. I think
Yep.
he's,
Of course he is.
I think he wants to get it
Dumbass
stopped and settled, and I think he's hitting
Zelensky.
them harder than he's been hitting them. And I think probably anybody in that position would be doing that right now. He wants to get it ended, and I think Ukraine wants to get it ended, but I don't see, it's crazy.
Ukraine
They're
does, but
taking
Zelensky
tremendous
doesn't. Their
punishment.
leader doesn't.
I don't quite get it, but I suspect, Michael, he probably wants to get it ended.
He does, Mr. President. The Russians are taking incredible losses on the front. As the president has
They both
said,
are.
this is a meat grinder of people, of material, of national treasure, and no one else has any solutions except to let this war continue forever. But I'll add, the president has had multiple conversations and a visit from President Macron of France, Prime Minister Starmer of the United Kingdom. We have the NATO Secretary General coming next week. We have this meeting with the Ukrainians. We've had it with the Russians. All of this in the president's first month in his leadership. We will engage in the shuttle diplomacy, and we will continue to use his leadership and what leverage we have to get both sides of the peace table. It's not going to be easy, but President Trump.
This war should have never happened. It would have never happened if I were president, but it did happen. So a lot of other things shouldn't have happened too. We shouldn't have 21 million people pouring into our country through open borders, many of whom are criminals, very bad criminals, including murderers, thousands of murderers. Many killed, far more than one person, and they're roaming our streets. But Tom Homan and Kristi Noem are doing an incredible job, and we're getting them out of here. And we'll get them out. We'll get them all out. But all these things shouldn't have happened. We shouldn't have inflation. We shouldn't have had this horrible inflation where the prices have gone up. Look at eggs. So we're doing a good job. We're doing a good
Mr.
job.
President, in regards to the pause on military assistance to Ukraine, you put out on your social media post today that Russia is pounding Ukraine.
That's right.
Why not provide Ukraine with air defenses? And what happens, Mr. President, when Ukraine runs out of
Well,
the
because
Patriot missile
yeah,
batteries?
good question. Because I have to know that they want to settle. I don't know that they want to settle. If they don't want to settle, we're out of there because we want them to settle. And I'm doing it to stop death, more important than anything else. Secondarily, way down the line is the money. So we're in for $350 billion and Europe is in for $100 billion. They should be in for the same or more than us. And, you know, I watched over the last week or so what's going on in Europe. This thing could end up in World War III if we don't get it settled. This could really end up in a World War III. We got to get it settled.
So on Iran, how confident are you that the Iranians will negotiate with you? And is Israel on board with this outrage?
Yeah, I saw the hostages the other day. They came in, people that were not young, some young and some older, much older. And they gave, it was hard for them to do it actually. They gave statements as to what happened. I was asking, what happened? How was it? I said, did you see anybody in there that was kind, like out of the hundreds of people that you were seeing, Hamas? Did some of them wink at you and say, don't worry, you're going to be okay, or give you a piece of bread, or no? I said, were there any people that were like kind? I was shocked. The answer was nobody. There was nobody. Just the opposite. They'd be slapped and punched. One man broke his ribs. He couldn't breathe for a month. It was brutal. I was so surprised. Could you think there'd be a couple of people that would be kind, that would say, you're going to be okay, but they had none of that. It's pretty amazing. Brian? He's a kind person.
Well, according to
Although not to Zelensky, he wasn't.
that's
But to Trump, he's been good. Go ahead, Brian.
Nice tie, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you. I like yours too.
Two questions. One on peace. Why don't you think any other European countries are offering a peace deal? It seems like no one's come to the table for peace except for you.
Yeah. It's a very good question. Sometimes questions aren't answerable. They're in a very unusual position. They don't know how to end the war. I think I do know how to end the war. Despite the Russia hoax, I've always had a good relationship with Putin. And, you know, he wants to end the war. He wants to end it. And I think he's going to be more generous than he has to be. And that's pretty good. That means a lot of good things. Because frankly, you could have made a great deal if this war never started, you could have made a great deal. I don't know that anything would have had to be given up. This was not a war that was going to start, Brian. And it didn't start. For 4 years, somebody said, well, how do we know that? Well, for 4 years, it didn't start. I used to speak to Vladimir about it. I used to speak to him about it at length. It was the apple of his eye, but there was no way he was going in. And he knew, there were going to be consequences. But it did start. I mean, think of what happened. Inflation, you have the war with Ukraine and Russia, that wouldn't have happened. October 7th would have never happened. Israel, they had no money, Iran had no money. Off, they became rich under Biden. They went from having no money to having $300 billion. All in a short period. It's oil. Oil builds up fast. It's a nice living if you have a nice oil well. And they do. They have a lot of nice oil wells, right? So anyway, it's going to be a big thing. It's an interesting time in the history of the world. But we have a situation with Iran that something's going to happen very soon, very, very soon. You'll be talking about that pretty soon, I guess. And hopefully we can have a peace deal. I'm not speaking out of strength or weakness.
Not yet,
I'm just saying
Justine.
I'd
I
rather
just
see
want
a
to show the charts really quickly. He's just doing questions and answers right now. We'll get back to the trading right after.
Your allies are calling on you to pardon Derek Chauvin. Are you considering pardoning Derek Chauvin?
No, I haven't even heard of that.
Mr. President, on peace.
I haven't heard that.
In the first term, you may recall, I broke the news that you were nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. And the reason for that was the work that you led on the Abraham Accords. I spoke yesterday with the member of parliament, the Norwegian parliament, that nominated you. And he said what the Nobel Committee is looking for from you, Mr. President, is security guarantees for Ukraine.
Oh my God.
Mr. President?
Dude, get out of here.
Before I even think about that, I want to settle the war, get it finished. Because if I'm not here, nobody's going to settle it. And President Macron has said that, and everybody said that. The prime ministers and presidents. We're pushing very hard. That's all I'm thinking about now. As far as the question about security later, that's the easy part. The hard part is getting it settled. We got to get them. We're losing 2,000 human beings every week. More than that, actually. 2,000 nice, young, although they're getting older because they're drafting much older now. In the case of one country, much older, because a lot of the young people have been killed. It's very sad, and I'd like to see if I could stop.
Retrial for what?
And I'd
Ben
like to
Shapiro,
also
that's
see
the
if
guy from
we could stop
Pennsylvania,
making
right?
these massive
Governor
payments
from
from the United
Pennsylvania.
States. I mean, Biden gave away money like it was water, with no anything, got nothing for it. Europe did it in the form of a loan. They get their money back, we don't. So that's how we came up with the rare earth deal. But we started, behind the 8 ball. He could have gone to Europe. He could have said, "Come on, you got to put up money with us. You got to put up money with us." But he never did that. They just kept handing money out because he was grossly incompetent. All right, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I just tell you, boy, greatest transparent administration that we've seen in a very long time. Shout out to Off There. He's in the building. Very transparent. Ben Shapiro is a political commentator who wanted to push Trump to forgive him. Forgive him for what? Oh, Ben Shapiro, not the other Shapiro. Not yet, Off there. Now, it's funny you come in right now because I was literally about to talk about Alberta. One of the provinces, I think, next to you, to the left or two. Alberta is trying to go ahead and make that happen, bro. They're trying to jump ahead of the rest of, I don't know what you guys call yourselves, a union or what. I don't know, but Canadians are fed up, says Alberta lawyer leading delegation to Washington for statehood talks. So they're trying to become a province of the United States. Alberta is. We'll see how that goes. Meanwhile, we got Justin Trudeau up there crying on TV. Who does? Listen, you can't cry as the command. Well, I don't know if they call them commander in chief, but president of a country, you can't be up there crying, bro. That's just not a good look optically. I don't care what is going on. You have to optically show a position of strength, power, and confidence. And you can't be up there crying, bro. That ain't getting you nothing. That ain't getting you nothing. Oh, okay, yeah, 3 provinces away. Gotcha. Are you in Ontario or where are you? He sure is, Justine. I can't stand him either. Off near can't stand him as well. I mean, I don't know if he can say that right now. Let's see what Jerome has to say. He goes live now. He does? Okay. All right, let's cue up Jerome. What is he talking about? I'm trying to find. Let's see. Oh, jobs report, stock market news. Let's see. he wouldn't be missed. I don't know what. That's crazy, man. I asked you guys if you thought Bitcoin and the crypto markets would go up or down after the crypto summit today. 1:30, I think, Eastern Standard. Drop a 1 if you think we're going up. Drop a 2 if you think we're going down.
Is there anything more that you can say beyond what you just...
Sure. So I said there are two things really. There's changes to the consensus statement, and then they're looking at really our post-meeting communications. We're going to look at those two things a lot. And as it relates to the consensus statement, which is also known as the Statement on Longer Run Goals and Monetary Policy, therefore it needed a shorter name, we are going to be looking a lot at the changes that we made in 2020. So if you go back to 2020, what we had was we'd been at the effective lower bound for 7 years. We never got rates above 2%. We were at 1.5% when the pandemic hit, and the feeling very much was that if even a mild downturn came, we'd be back to the effective lower bound maybe again for years on end. So we were looking for ways to try to minimize the likelihood of that, and a pretty standard result in the research was a kind of a makeup strategy. So that's what that was. So the framework changes that we made were very focused on the importance of the effective lower bound problem, which was thought to be the big problem at the time, and those were the changes that we made. So and we thought that those issues would be persistent, but the universe had other ideas. And the pandemic arrived just a few months after we implemented the framework and really changed the whole mixture. And effectively, the idea of an overshoot, of a modest overshoot or moderate overshoot of inflation really became irrelevant, and we were back to the regular framework, and we did what we did, and you have the results today. So I think we'll be looking at, for example, the focus in the consensus statement. We'll be looking at the focus that we had on the effective lower bound. It's probably not the base case anymore, but it's probably still relevant. We'll be looking at shortfalls, which is an interesting idea, and there are different ways to express that. And we'll be certainly will also be looking at the idea of having a moderate overshoot of inflation over the 2% target following periods when inflation has been low. We're looking at all of those things, and again, I expect to be done, by the end of the summer. On the communications, particularly our post-meeting communications, we're going to take a close look at the SEP and also compare ourselves to what other central banks around the world do. And this will be a couple of weeks from now. We'll have our second meeting, and I think we'll be done in time for sort of the end of the summer.
Okay, that's great. Let me pick up on this question about the level of prices versus the inflation rate. Economists spend a lot of time making the distinction between the rate of change and the level. I'm not sure that the public fully understands this because you see these surveys about how frustrated people are with inflation. Inflation now is not that different than your target. It's above, but not meaningfully so. But do you think that price stability needs to take into account how far you wear away from the objective? And if you've had a big run-up and the level remains high, even if the inflation rate is back to normal, is that something we need to reconsider?
The public experience, what the public experiences is the prices of things. And the prices of things went up a lot in 2021 and 22, and to some extent in 23. And when we talk about inflation, we're obviously talking about the rate of change now. But the public's not wrong. They are experiencing high prices, and obviously you can have a great labor market, but if people are really struggling because of high prices, that's what they're really going to feel. So they're right about what they're saying. In terms of, I don't think there's any need to redefine price stability. I think you can always go back to the way Alan Greenspan said it. I won't get the exact words, but everyone here knows the idea is if businesses and households are making their economic decisions without having to consider the possibility of high inflation, that's price stability. I don't think we need to rethink inflation the way we deal with it. I don't think we need to reinvent price stability. So,
okay. Okay, the elephant in the room. Economists normally assume that a tariff is passed into domestic prices, and as the Secretary of Treasury said yesterday, that would change the level of prices once, but wouldn't mean anything for inflation a year later. If we're looking at what happens over the next year, how would we know if the conventional view is not correct and that it's leaked into something more troubling?
So I think that start with the general thought is that if there's a spike in prices that's a one-time thing that is going to go through the economy, then it's not appropriate to react to it because our policy by design will reduce employment and activity, and it would not have really been needed to be done. So you look through those things if you can. So if you put that in the context of tariffs, I think if you look at where forecasts are, look at the blue chip, look where everybody's forecasting some inflation effect from tariffs. So it's very likely that if tariffs are imposed, and let's remember, we really don't know what's happening yet. We're at a stage where we're still very uncertain about what will be tariffed, for how long, at what level. We're going to have to wait to see all of that. But the likelihood is that some of that will find its way, it'll hit the exporters, the importers, the retailers, and to some extent the consumers, and we'll see what that is. And in a simple case where we know it's a one-time thing, the textbook would say look through it. But I think the situation, you would want to also be sure of a couple of things. One just is that if it turns into a series of things and it's more than that, and if the increases are larger, that would matter. And what really would matter is what's happening with longer-term inflation expectations and how persistent are the inflationary effects. You want to look at all of those things, and you'd want to remember the current context, which is we came off a very high inflation, and we haven't fully returned to 2% on a sustainable basis. So you got to put all that in the mix as you make this decision. I would point people back to 2019, when we had the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we had lower immigration, and we had regulatory policy under President Trump in the first regime, and we wound up cutting 3 times because growth weakened so much. So there are many effects of tariffs. And as I pointed out, it's really the effect of all of these policies that matter for our policy. It's not simply what's happening with tariffs. It's what's happening with growth and all the other things as a result of these broad changes in economic policy, not just tariffs.
Okay, just to put a point on this, I think I know what you're going to say, but the usual rule that economists hold is that when an uncertainty is high, we're gradualist. And I'm wondering whether you view that as the right benchmark or anchor to think about.
I view it as the right benchmark or anchor for right now, and that's because the costs of being cautious are very, very low. The economy's fine. It doesn't need us to do anything really, and so we can wait, and we should wait. I think there are cases where uncertainty is high, where that would not be the case, where the costs of going slow might be high, and those would be, for example, if inflation expectations were clearly under pressure, or if you're at the beginning of the pandemic and uncertainty is unquestionably elevated, but you nonetheless act very aggressively because of the potential cost of not doing so.
Okay, that's interesting. I'll ask a couple more conjunctural questions, but there's a lot of people in the room here that are very curious about what you want to say about the Basel III endgame. So that's inside baseball, but people's wallets depend on this, so you want to say anything about that?
Sure, absolutely. So our view at the Fed is we very much intend to complete the Basel III endgame. And we think that's very important. We think that the Basel Accords really are important to set sort of minimum standards for international banking around the world. And we expect that we will. We're kind of on hold until the U.S. banking agencies are really back up and running with new leadership. But once they are, we fully expect to get back to that work and complete the Basel III endgame. And I have a good reason to think that we'll be able to do that.
That's good news. Another little bit of inside baseball, but there's been a lot of discussion in the last few weeks about changing some of the statistics that are emphasized about the economy. And the Commerce Department recently disbanded the Federal Economic Statistics Advisory Committee. And I know during COVID, you felt like there were many indicators of the economy that were kind of broken or not so helpful. So do we need to worry about whether the Fed's ability to do its job might come into question because of deficiencies in the statistics? And are you already, let's do that, and I'll ask a follow-up.
Yeah, so there's 2 different things. I think it needs to be said that the government data we get from government gathered data we get from the Bureau of Economic Analysis and the Bureau of Labor Statistics is incredibly important and really the gold standard for data. Being able to track what's going on in the economy is very, very important, and it's something that the United States has led in for a long, long time, and something we need to continue to lead in. It's true that survey responses have gone down, and that some of the data have become more volatile. That just means it's something we need to keep doing and invest in. So I think that's important. On the pandemic data, that's a different thing. You needed to measure things like how many people are going to restaurants, how many, you could look at open table data and things like that. So there were lots and lots of pieces of data we were getting about that showed how many people are coming back to work, riding the subway and that kind of thing. And that was important. It turns out all that data isn't super relevant except in an emergency. The other thing is, though, at the Fed, we've always, for some time now, we've been, trying to work with these very large data sets that are available in real time now, for example, from the credit card companies and things like that. And, trying to use these new and vast data collections in a real-time way, is something that's really helpful.
Okay, I was going to ask you about whether or not there's some favorite private sector statistics that you think everybody should be looking at, but it sounds like you've just given us a hint on that. Let me ask a couple longer-term questions. I know you're not in the job of reflecting yet, but when we look back at the rise of inflation and then its decline, what do you think the lesson's going to be about what we've just lived through?
Yeah, so I think it's actually still early to say. I think the question of what happened and why, and what all those questions around the events of the pandemic and the inflation and the efforts to bring inflation down. Economists are going to be battling over that for long after all of us are gone. But I would say a couple things. One thing is just that the tails are fatter than you think. However fat you think the tails are, they're fatter than you think. And human nature is, we always talk about uncertainty and how we understand everything's highly uncertain. We say it all the time. The tails are fatter than we think. So nobody saw the pandemic coming, obviously. It wasn't reflected in our framework. When it came, we just went back to the old framework and dealt with it. But it was, there's always possible. That's one thing. Secondly, I think if you look, I talked about this at Jackson Hole last year. If I look back and it looks to me like what you had was a global burst of inflation everywhere at the same time, and it largely, you got to look at global factors, and it amounted to very strong demand, stronger than we thought. I don't think we had, the forecast error was two parts. Part one was demand was just stronger than we thought. It really was. We had in mind the recovery from the global financial crisis, and instead we got this really high-powered response, expansion, recovery. So the other side is the supply side. The supply side was constrained. We lost 8 million workers, and it took a long time to get them back. And it was also all of the supply stuff that was happening. That took longer than we thought to unsnaggle. And we'd never seen it before. We knew in real time that it was going to be really hard to get that right. But so those two things created inflation globally, and central banks stepped in, and pretty broadly, we're back to close to mandated inflation and employment close to the natural rate, not just in the United States but everywhere. So in a way, the framework worked, but I think we learned some of those lessons, and we'll still be learning them.
Okay, one other question in this direction. The U.S. has actually had the fastest recovery of all the major economies. And do we understand why that is? And does that, there was a question in the last panel about Y-star and potential growth. Do you think that we are learning something now about what the speed limit for the economy is, or is this just happenstance?
Yeah, I would put down the U.S.'s outperformance to three things. And the first is one would be structural characteristics, and that's more flexible labor market, highly developed capital markets, culture of innovation, rule of law, all the things that make this. And we have a venture capital industry. Other countries are trying to do early stage financing out of banks. That's not going to work. So all of those things make us account for 40 years of productivity. That's double Europe's productivity. It increases. So that's thing one. Thing two is just population. We had a big population increase in 22 and 23, and that doesn't help with per capita, but that moves top line. And what was the third thing? Oh, productivity. So we had a really significant burst in productivity, and from a range of factors, you can never tell exactly where it's coming from. Some of those factors suggest, this gets to your last question, suggest that productivity will be kind of a one-time event. So, people were wound up automating a lot of functions in retail, and because people didn't want to work in retail anymore. But that may just be a one-time thing. Technological developments, on the other hand, might give us years and years of productivity. So there are a whole bunch of other things. And so we don't really know how long this burst in productivity will be sustained. But I think I never expected to see productivity this high for this long. And our staff is marking up their estimates of potential growth for now and taking some signal about the future. You won't have that population thing going forward, but productivity has been really strong, and I think it does actually raise, at least for the relatively near term, the level of potential output.
Okay, that's good. Okay, 30 years of teaching booth students, I've learned you have to end these things with a fun question. So, who's your favorite central banker? And I'll give you a hall pass on anybody that was on the board while you've been there.
What defines favorite central banker? Living?
You can constrain to living, or you can specify dead.
Well, I mean, I would have, I don't know.
Open-ended question.
All right, ladies and gents, let's see what we got going on here. All right, so as you guys see, markets did react. It seemed to Jerome Powell a little bit there. We this is the, I said this earlier for those that may be joining late, and I'll drop a link to this now. We got to sell. We got to reverse this trade. So let me reverse really quickly. All right, had to reverse that trade. The link you see on the screen, or chart you see on the screen, is going to be available later today to the public. This is the scalping 1 minute chart for Bitcoin and Ethereum, offered to Bloodalytics members. If you're already a Bloodalytics member, lifetime membership or current, you've already been sent this link, and there's invitation through TradingView. I modified it to be on the 1 minute so that it will work for people that had a standard free level TradingView account. So this works for those that just have a straight up regular free account. So there's the link. Okay, so all you'll need to do later today is go to bloodalytics.com. I'll drop a link on Twitter and in on YouTube community post. I'll do a community post. You'll just go there, sign up. It's going to be, I think, $24 a month, but you have access to this. Pretty good. This is the pro level, so you'll be able to go in and actually modify. Let's see here. See if I can bring it up. You'll be able to go in and modify the parameters. So if you want to tweak it, make it better. This is kind of the plain vanilla. Even these settings though are pretty good. Plain vanilla settings. And how this works. So to edit the settings or the parameters, all you have to do is hit strategy tester. And then you click there, click settings. And then the settings will come up, parameters will come up. You can change, play around with that. Stop loss. Maybe I should have renamed these because these are labels that I understand. I'll probably end up pushing a new version that has updated labels for these two. This is basically a sensitivity. These two are sensitivity parameters for like doing a second long or a second short. So let's say you went, the Bloodalytics gives you a short. These two parameters help dictate how sensitive it is looking at actually doing a second short, because we allow 2 trades per direction. So if we get a pullback against the short, we may enter another short, and then we'll take it further down. But I need to relabel that because I realize you guys would not know what those are. But at any rate, you got your take profit zones. This is when it starts taking profits. At what threshold, percentage wise. This is percentage of take profits on the first trade. Every trade or take profit after the first one is going to be, I think, 30% or 35%. So this is just for the first take profit. So when you see the S chicken, that's the first take profit on the short. You see an L chicken, that's the first take profit on the long. So that's what that is. And maybe I'll do a video on all of this. And then some other, you can play around with the other parameters, but you'll have ability to play around, tweak it, make it your own. These markets are going crazy right now. I tell you that. It's a lot of whipsawing back and forth, because I think we're about to see another big move occur very soon. So we got to take another profit on our ETH short. Right here. Just took more profit off that. Just reversed that Bitcoin trade too, went back long. Looks like we got a buy on Solana. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and add a buy to Solana. All right, we got a buy on Solana locked in. Now, I will say we are bearish overall. My indicator for the overall market is bearish. It went bearish at 11:15 today. But we may get a wave up before rolling over yet again. We rejected for like the 6th time, rejected this trend line I drew yesterday or 2 days ago. We rejected it again. So I don't know how many more times we're going to fail to break it. If we do break it, it's going to be a nice acceleration to like 98K. But I just personally feel like that's not going to happen. I'm not confident on that move, being honest with you. How the hell are you supposed to use this? What the hell? I've never used this triangle pattern. Strange. Oh, okay. I get it. I get it. All right. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. This is interesting. I've never used this live and direct. We're gonna try this together. Look at God. Round of applause. So this is what we got set up right here. I pulled out to the hour chart just to give you a better view of what's going on here. And we basically got a triangle, a rising wedge going on right now. Which way will we go? And will 130 be the catalyst to make us go one way or the other? I think so. Rising wedge. Here you go, right here. It can go either way. Of course, we know that, but which way will it go? Crypto Yo said, I know. Which way we going, Crypto Yo? About 12 minutes until the crypto summit. Let's see if we can even have this queued up, ready to go. Why is Rachel Maddow still on MSDNC? I still can't. Does she have and hold some secrets from of the top execs over there or something? It just doesn't make sense. She gets little to no views, but she's paid 30 million or 25 million. She took a $5 million reduction, $25 million a year, and she does a show once a week. What the hell? What kind of value prop is that? Where is this crypto summit being televised? Does anyone know? These are the people that are going to be at this crypto summit. Let's take a look at this real quick. Let's do it this way. Open a new tab. Michael Saylor, what do you know? Bo Hines, David Sachs, we all know who he is. Chainlink co-founder, Brian Armstrong, CEO of Coinbase, Robinhood CEO, Kraken CEO, Exodus CEO. This is hilarious. Live footage from the White House Crypto Summit. Round of applause for that one, boy. That's a good one. That's a great one. Yeah, the real James, if I can find the link, where is it being streamed? If I can find it, you guys got it, let me know. We'll drop it in here. Got about 5 minutes. think I found the link. I found the link, ladies and gents. I think. No. Let's do this. Hold on. That was 3 weeks ago. Maybe this is it right here. No, that's not it either. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's old. All right, I think I found it. Just updating the title right now for my stream. All right, we're taking a little profits on this Solana long. Let's go ahead and do that really quickly. Not much. Marco Camino in the building. Thanks for tuning in, my friend. He says, what is your thoughts on only 2.8 T in crypto? We were at 3.1 T. No new money coming in. Good point. I haven't looked at the market cap in a while, so good point. Let's go to CoinGecko really quickly. We're at 2.9 trillion right now, Marco. Right near 3.1, you know, it's at 2.9, almost 3. Yeah, in any market, you need more liquidity coming in to make prices go up. It's literally that simple. And unfortunately, you know, at this point, this crypto reserve is not going to add any new Bitcoin to its coffers. So I think that's why you saw the markets drop yesterday. Will they do it in the future? They first, to me, I feel like they got to get this passed by Congress. I can't just see this. I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see what Congress does. It is a Republican majority. We got lasers in the building. We're going to be streaming the summit. Just give me a second. I'm just waiting for it to start. Hit that like button as you come in, guys. We're live trading. These markets been back and forth. Real choppy. No clear direction yet. But I think we should be getting a direction real soon. Real soon. This summit may throw a monkey wrench. All right, we just got a signal to go long on Ethereum. So we just went long on Ethereum. One-minute system or signal, Bloodalytics signals will be available this evening for Bitcoin and Ethereum for $24 a month. So look out on Twitter and YouTube. I do a community post on the details on how to sign up for that. It's locked and loaded, ready to go. I'll drop the link to the chart right now on TradingView. You'll just need to sign up to gain access to the actual signal. This is the chart right here. Giving you some alpha. Still no signal of it starting. This is what the is going on. This is nonsense. Let me go. Let me see something, man. It actually might be at 3 o'clock is what I'm seeing potentially. Very true, El Camino. You mentioned you made a good observation the other day as well when I was calling the rollover in the markets about funding rates, and you were spot on, bro. We did dip. Yes, I'm still long on Sol. Yep, you were spot on, bro. Still long on Souls, Crypto City. I'll give you a visual. We took some profit around 130, but it's running. It is running up about 18%, 300 and some bucks. But we're still down for the day. It's been choppy. It's been real choppy. We were up earlier when we dropped, but then I didn't even know there was a crypto summit today. I did not know that. So you're going to get a lot of back and forth today. You're going to get a lot of back and forth today. We were up about 1,100 bucks on this drop. No, I think it was this drop. Rejection of the 9,800 range, top of the triangle, rising wedge. We drop, we hit the bottom of the wedge. Now we look like we're heading up, but now here's the thing. We're toward the end of this wedge, this rising wedge. So I personally think like the market's got us bullish right now. And it's probably got a lot of people on the long side. I feel like it's a setup. Like Marco said, I feel like this is a setup. And either at the beginning of the summit or at the end, we'll get a dump. We'll break this rising wedge and roll over. We might do something like this, and then by the end of the summit, down we go. Which is, those are big. That's a big move. 5% move up and down, round trip, 10% in less than a few hours. It's really done it 3 times. If you look at this, this is Thursday at 7 p.m. down 7%, might as well say. Then up 7%. So within $15 hours, we've seen a down 7%, up 7%, 14% round trip. And then today, we get something similar. Down 5. But I don't know if we're going to do up 5. We got to take profit on Bitcoin. Let's take a little profit off of that. Not much. I don't have much on the table altogether, honestly. Let me see my trading positions. For some reason, they're not a lot. 10,000 on Bitcoin, 11 on Ethereum, 20 on Near, 17 on Sol. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. BNB, are we still short on BNB? What is going on with BNB? Why are we? Why are we? All right, we're taking profits on Ethereum now. Again, these are very small because my position sizes are not right. But it's too late to add to the position, so we just gotta play it how it goes. I need to go look at BNB though, see what's going on, because did I miss a BNB long? No, I didn't. It's just turning around on us. Our short is just turning around on us. Someone said they postponed it. I don't know how true that is. And then I heard some other people saying the stream actually starts at 2. So I don't know, man. It's ridiculous. They sure are. Very tricky times. All right, got another take profit on Solana right now, guys. And it looks like we're about to go long on BNB. Another take profit on Solana. Up 700 on Solana. Let's take 25% off. I'm hearing 3 o'clock, guys, so I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to leave this bad boy running. And if it starts before, it just starts before. Hell, I don't. We'll leave the Coinbase feed running. We got 7 trades open. Most long. That's right, Crypto City. All right. What is this? An official rug pull? Is the second rug pull that Trump has done on us? What's going on? Yeah, I heard. I see Trade Intuition in the building. Thanks for tuning in, my guy. He said today is really tough trading. In your opinion, in my opinion, and any other people trading right now, for sure. This is ridiculous. We got Trump rug pulling us again. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on. Someone give me some updates, because I have two different. Let's see here. What's this? No, this can't be it. Is this it? What the hell? Let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here, guys. It's as Trade Intuition said, today has been a rough one for sure. A lot of toggling back and forth, churning, not making any clear direction. We're still inside of this, as you guys can see on the screen, a rising wedge, and we're just not getting clear direction. Hey, Laser said he's chilling with a beer. All right. There's some Project Science rally going on with Bill Nye right now. Oh, my God. He's always late. Someone said he actually speaks at 6 p.m. Oh, man, I'm not going to wait around till 6, bro. Can't do it today. All right. I don't know, guys. But yeah, it's been a tough day because it's you know, I didn't know. I probably would have approached today a little differently if I would have known we had a summit at 1:30, now 3 o'clock, now 3:30, now 4 o'clock. But definitely been a rough day for me myself. I think I'm down maybe about 1,000. I was up 1,000, so that's a $2,000 swing we've just had in today's session. I started at about 11, I think. But you got to keep trading, and this is why it's important not to overtrade your account, because 9 times out of 10 you see that your markets give you this churning back and forth, and then you're so gone, your account has been slaughtered by the time the real move occurs. You pay them back on the big wins, ladies and gents. That's how you get them. You pay them back on the big wins. Let's come out to the 1 hour classic pennant. I still feel like we're going to head lower after the summit. It's just always a buy the rumor, sell the news, even though we didn't get much of a buy on this event. So I don't know. But I do. Well, I'll give you my opinion. I still think we are heading lower. Well, I'm gonna probably just cut the stream at around 4 if he doesn't come on. If he comes on, then we'll run the whole thing. These are the people that are supposed to be there at the summit.
safe and fun.
It better be, right?
This is the official ball
Thank you very
with
much.
your name.
Thank you. Ooh, that's nice. I would give it to Christie, except it has my name on it. So
We have another one for
it.
you. Of course.
That's beautiful. Thank you very much. Is that going to be the ball?
That's the
This
official
is
match
the
ball.
This will be what
trophy,
it
for
will
this
look
trophy.
like, the ball?
Yes.
When they play?
When they play.
Wow, that's
Yes.
great.
Yes, nobody has played yet. Has played yet.
That's great. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Johnny, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, what can Columbia University do to restore the federal funds, sir?
Thank you.
Out the door, thank you. Thank you.
Oh man, a rug pull. What are we doing? Exactly, bro. This is They got 25 more minutes on my clock. I'm not staying around all day now. I've been here already long enough. All right, we got some taking profits on this short, but we've been going back and forth all day. So I'll need to look at the other chart to see. We got to take profit on Ethereum too. So I'm going to take profit on Bitcoin first, and then we'll take a little bit off the table on, oh shoot, wrong one. Take a little bit off the table of Ethereum. But really, this is not anything meaningful. This move isn't really anything meaningful that we're seeing right now. Now, let's take a look at the triangle offense. Ironically enough, I'm neutral. I'm neutral in the market right now. Go figure. 6 trades open, 3 long, 3 short. This is ridiculous. Okay. Now we're in business.
that, so.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, there's nothing coming out of the moat.
Nothing?
Yeah,
Okay.
the moat's completely new.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. Great honor to have you. I know you've all been working very hard and very successfully. And it's a wonderful place, the White House. I want to begin, is Johnny here from World Cup? I want to thank you for the selection. And they just had a presentation in the Oval Office, and I thought this was such a beautiful, this is the trophy. This is the big deal. The World Cup is the biggest sporting event, and Gianni Infantino is my friend for a long time, and during my first term, we worked out a deal to get the World Cup, and then because of lots of interesting things that happened, I ended up being president. Wanted to shut up. I was always disappointed. I wasn't going to make it. I was going to serve 8 straight. Instead, we did it the hard way, but maybe the more important way. So I will be with you as president, Johnny. So maybe you could just say a few words and show how beautiful the World Cup trophy is. Thank you. Yeah, sure, please. Yeah.
The famous key.
That's a great key. Well, you go ahead. I trust you.
So this is the new trophy of a new competition. It's called the FIFA Club World Cup. The 32 best clubs in the world with absolutely best players in the world. And for the first time in history, this competition takes place in the United States. Opening game on the 14th of June.
Right.
Obviously in Miami. Final on the 13th of July this year in New York, New Jersey. But it's not that. The trophy is special because it is a key, and because, as you can see, if I manage to do that, yes, it's a bit tricky.
The hell are we? Man, we're supposed to be talking about some crypto, man, not football.
And that's why I think
Come
it's
on.
interesting to show this trophy exactly in this forum, because it represents the past, but it's also projected to the future. There is no other sports trophy which looks like that. It has engraved the history of the game, of soccer or football as we call it, the participating teams of the first edition, the stadiums, the beautiful stadiums in 11 cities in the United States of America where this competition will take place. So at the same time, past, present, and projected to the future. And if I may, President, say another 2 words, and then I let you work. I would like to congratulate the President and the administration for not only for the World Cup, the Club World Cup, the World Cup, and the great work done, but also for this initiative that you are speaking about here. If I may add something in this respect, I'm not an expert at all, but FIFA, as you know, is a brand which is globally known, a very strong brand. The soccer economy in the world is worth around 270 billion a year. 70% of that, Mr. President, is in Europe. So imagine the potential that there is around the world only in soccer if we develop it. And so FIFA is very, very interested under my presidency to develop the FIFA coin, to do it from here
from America and to conquer the 5 billion soccer fans in the world. So if there's anyone here who is interested to team up with FIFA, here we are together with the United States of America, and we will conquer the world of soccer with the FIFA coin. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That coin, that coin may be worth more than FIFA in the end. It could be quite a coin, actually. Huh? Anyway, thank you, Johnny. Great job. I just thought you should see this trophy because it's really, it's the biggest sporting event in the world, and we have it here. And we appreciate being selected. Thank you very much, Johnny. You do a fantastic job. And welcome to the first ever White House Digital Assets Summit. I know that many of you have been fighting for years for this, and it's an honor to be with you at the White House. I want to thank the White House AI and crypto czar David Sachs, Treasury Secretary. This is David right here, in case you don't know. You know David. And a man who's doing a great job as Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, who's right here. Scott, thank you very much. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, wherever you may be, Howard. Hi, Howard. He's doing some interesting work right now with all that's going on. He's right in the middle of it and doing a great job. Thank you. SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler. And thank you. SEC Commissioner Hester Pierce. Thank you, Hester. Acting CFTC Chairman Caroline Pham. House Majority Whip Tom Emmer. Hello, Tom. Representative Brian Stile. Thank you. Brian, thank you very much. Digital Assets Council Director Bo Hines. Good, Bo. Great job. And many other distinguished guests. We have a lot of very distinguished people around the table. Some of them will be speaking. I want to thank Marco Rubio also, who's right over there. And we have tremendous people very interested in this subject. And last year, I promised to make America the Bitcoin superpower of the world and the crypto capital of the planet. And we're taking historic action to deliver on that promise, as you know, around the table. Yesterday, I signed an executive order officially creating our strategic Bitcoin reserve. And this will be a virtual Fort Knox for digital gold to be housed within the United States Treasury. That's a big thing, Scott. The federal government is already among the largest holders of Bitcoin, as you know. Really one of the largest holders in the world, with as many as 200,000 Bitcoin obtained via civil law and various other forms of law, and including enforcement actions. These existing holdings will form the foundation of the new reserve. Unfortunately, in recent years, the U.S. government has foolishly sold tens of thousands of additional Bitcoin that were worth billions and billions of dollars had they not sold them, but they did sell them, mostly during the Biden administration. And not a good thing to have done. From this day on, America will follow the rule that every Bitcoin knows very well: never sell your Bitcoin. That's a little phrase that they have. I don't know if that's right or not. Who the hell knows, right?
Oh,
who knows?
man.
Who knows? But so far, it's been right. And well, let's keep it that way. The Treasury and Commerce Departments will also explore new pathways to accumulate additional Bitcoin holdings for the reserve, provided it's done at no cost to the taxpayers. We don't want any cost to the taxpayers. In addition, my order directs federal agencies to conduct an inventory of all crypto assets currently held by the U.S. government and determine how they can be transferred easily to the Treasury. Non-Bitcoin digital assets will be held in a new U.S. digital asset stockpile where they will be managed properly. My administration also is working to end the federal bureaucracy's war on crypto, which was really going on pretty wildly during Biden until the election came about. About 5 months before the election, he became a big fan because he heard how many people were in favor of it and how many people love it and respect it. But I guess it didn't work out too well for him. People understood what was going on and paved the way for groundbreaking innovations in institutional finance. Under the Bitcoin administration, regulators strong-armed banks. I mean, they really did. They strong-armed banks into closing the accounts of crypto businesses and entrepreneurs, effectively blocking some money transfers to and from exchanges, and they weaponized government against the entire industry. But I know that feeling also. Maybe better than you do. All of that will soon be over, and we are ending Operation Choke Point 2.0. Now, some people really suffered. It was ridiculous what they were doing, but in the end, they came around, but they came around for the wrong reasons. They came around only because they wanted votes, and they saw that tens of millions of people were against them because of what they were doing. I also want to express my strong support for the efforts of lawmakers in Congress as they work on bills to provide regulatory certainty for dollar-backed stablecoins and the digital assets market. They're working very hard on that. This is a tremendous opportunity for economic growth and innovation in our financial sector, and will really go a long way. I think it's going to be a tremendous, we feel like pioneers in a way, of tremendous method of growth. And things are very much tied, and we want to keep it that way, the U.S. dollar, long into the future. We're going to keep it that way. I hope lawmakers will send that legislation to my desk before August recess if they can. And they're very much working with you, and you know a lot of them, and a lot of them were committed right from the very beginning. So I just want to congratulate you all for being at the White House today, and a man who knows more about Bitcoin and AI and just about everything else than anybody, David Saxon. I'd like to have you say a few words, David.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're all here today because of your leadership, your vision, and your generosity, and I really want to thank you for that. We're also here because of your desire to make America great and to introduce a golden age in America, including for digital assets. And we're here because of your love of innovators, or as you might say, high IQ people. Yeah, we know you love high IQ people. And we have about 30 of them here in the room today. These are the top people in the digital asset industry. And one other thing that I think that you love is legal fairness. This is an industry that was subjected to prosecution and persecution for the last 4 years, horrible lawfare, and nobody knows what that feels like better than you do. So we really appreciate the fact that you understand legal fairness and that you're always willing to fight for the right thing, for legal fairness. You never back down. You stand defiant, even in the face of an assassin's bullet. It's an inspiration to everyone in this room, I think. So it's an honor.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I just want to say it's an honor to work for you. It's an honor to work for a president who works every day to get so much done on behalf of the American people. Your administration is moving at tech speed. It's really amazing. It's actually faster than any startup that I've been part of. Is that your administration moves even faster. So I just want to say thank you for having me be a part of it. I've enjoyed every minute of it. I love working for you, and thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you, David, very much. Appreciate it.
And now I just want to pass the ball to Secretary Besson.
Scott?
David, so today, when President Trump has signed the executive order to establish the strategic Bitcoin reserve and stockpile, we're going to position the United States as a leader among nations in the digital asset strategy. It's important for the United States to recognize this fact and get ahead of the other nations in the digital age. We applaud the President's direction to use the digital assets already in possession of the nation, and we are going to establish this Bitcoin reserve. We will use this authority to augment the asset side of the United States balance sheet. As I've said many times, President Trump is creating assets for the American people, while most past presidents have created debt, and a large part of this asset program can be in digital assets. We are going to end the regulatory weaponization against digital assets. The Biden administration's actions did nothing other than punish innovators, and that all of you have made it here today is really a testament to your fortitude. Much of Treasury's responsibility in this order relates to the tax code and determinations around risk weightings, and I'm here to assure you that we are going to work with the Controller of the Currency, the IRS, and we're going to rescind and amend all applicable previous guidance. And we are going to put a lot of thought into the stablecoin regime. And as President Trump has directed, we are going to keep the U.S. the dominant reserve currency in the world, and we will use stablecoins to do that. Thank you.
Stablecoins? Huh? What? Stablecoins.
Technology is at the foundation of the Trump presidency. He understands technology, he embraces technology, and he's going to use technology to drive America forward. The blockchain and Bitcoin technology are a key part of that thinking and embracing that, and here today shows how much a leader the Trump administration and our president is. He understands it. He embraces it. As you said, you're a pioneer in this place, and this is where we're going. We're using the blockchain, we're using Bitcoin, we're going to use digital assets to pound forward, and Donald Trump is leading the way. Can't be more proud of you today.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Howard. Kelly, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is truly a historic day, and as a crypto founder, I couldn't be more proud to be part of your administration. You're moving at the speed of tech for sure, and I will just say it's a great day to have the war on not just crypto, but the war on innovation done. And under your administration, we are truly going to enter into the golden age. And I'll just say, as the administrator of the SBA, small business is a tremendous network that crypto can be deployed against, and so the SBA is open to crypto. So I look forward to working with all of the leaders in this room to advance your efforts here. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you very much. Tom, please.
Well, Mr. President, I want to say thank you. I want to thank you for the amazing team that you put together. I want to thank you for David. I mean, this kind of a meeting, no one in this room could have envisioned this just a couple years ago. You are the one that has the vision. You're the one that said, we are going to do 21st century finance right here in the United States of America. I've been doing this for 9 years. It is amazing how far we've come, and that's a credit to you, Mr. President, and your leadership, and God bless you for doing this, because it's going to make a huge difference with everything else you're doing. And by the way, Americans love it. They're going crazy. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Everybody else? Go ahead, please.
Does anyone want to say a couple of words? Cameron or Tyler, do you want to?
You're very shy in front of the camera.
Cameron, I think you said something earlier that I thought was really profound. You said that a year ago, you thought it would be more likely
felt that the U.S. should lead in Bitcoin and crypto, and it's ours to sort of lead and win. And it's just wonderful what President Trump has been doing with this, and we look forward to working together. And thanks for inviting us, David, and setting this up.
Thank you. Thank you both. Please.
I was just going to say thank you, Mr. President. Cameron takes credit for a lot of my things I say, so it's not the first time. But the U.S. won the internet, and the U.S. should win crypto. So thank you for your leadership on this.
Thank you both very much. high IQ individuals around this table. That's what I always say. We need high IQ. So thank you very much. Would anybody like to say anything? Please.
I just want to express my deep gratitude for the seriousness with which you're approaching our industry and how you're actually helping guide it in the right direction. I've worked with many central banks in other countries, and when I was working there, I was wondering why I, as an American citizen, can't help the United States financial system reach this higher level that the world is on course towards generally. And so I'm very grateful that finally there's been a new level of kind of common sense and adoption of these ideas. Me and the other people in this room do believe that the crypto, blockchain, Web3 infrastructure is the next iteration of the financial system. And I think that the U.S. should have its leadership position continue in that new financial system. And I'm very, very happy to see people like David Sachs, Secretary Bessent, Secretary Lutnick taking this very seriously with their time, and very grateful to them too. So I'm just overjoyed to see this. And I think it is a big part of how the U.S. can continue its role in the global financial system. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I thought it was very important that we stay in the front of this one. This is a big one. And as you know, China is pushing forward and very strongly as usual. But we're way in the lead, as we are in AI and other things, and we want to stay there. So I thought this was very important, and we have some brilliant people sitting around this table. And it's an honor to have you involved, but we want to stay at the forefront of everything. And this is a very important day in your lives. I know you worked, some of you, very long before people really understood what was happening. And so I congratulate you, but this is a big day. Being in the White House is a big deal, and you have great support. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, please. Thank you very much. Thank you, media. Thank you. Please.
Wait a minute. Is that it? Oh, you gotta be kidding me, guys. Yeah, and we deserve to sell off over that. We deserve to sell off over that. That's ridiculous. And down we go. A complete nothing burger. Wow. Somebody help me out. We waited all this time. We waited all this time, bro. Did we lose the stream? Are we still live on YouTube? Let me know, let me know, let me know. This is ridiculous, man. I hear that. What the hell, bro? This is this is the worst. This is insane. So essentially they brought us all, they delayed us for 3 hours, 2 hours to tell us absolutely nothing. Like nothing, Johnny Blades, nothing, bro. Okay, good. I see the stream. This is insane, guys. An absolute nothing burger. Like literally. I'm hoping that they gonna talk after the live stream, or did they literally just fly in to sit at a round table and do basically a present or not present, like in school when you were in elementary school? A roll call. That's insane. Dump to 0. Oh my God. And we're dumping, but unfortunately, I've wasted so much time and drawn down my account going back and forth with these idiots. I'm gonna need the market got to pay me back big time. They got to pay me back real big. You got to show me some real big love. I need you guys to like do an immediate dump to 73. We got to take profit on BNB short. So I guess we'll take some of that off. Let's see here. BNB. All right. That's done. Yeah, this should set off the trend for us. And lo and behold, we did have I didn't even see that come through. That's crazy. At 504. Wow, missed that. Completely missed that short. But we just reversed it. Let's see what else we got. Take profit, being okay, we did that. Yeah, this is insane, guys. Well, we're gonna wrap it up. It's 4:12 right now. And freaking insane. Look out for a marketing post later this evening on Twitter and on YouTube. Community posts for the link to subscribe to the scalping chart for Bitcoin and Ethereum. I think you guys will definitely enjoy that. This is the chart right here. The link is right here. You can have it, bookmark it. So you'll have it before you purchase the subscription. $24 a month, $24.99, I should say. And you'll have access to this. You can tweak it and change the variables if you would like to in here. Yeah, you guys should definitely enjoy this. Give you an edge over your big. Now, this is a shorter term type of system. So you want to trade this during like US session or maybe Europe, Asia session, but not. The trades are held for a very short amount of time normally. Just FYI. So let me drop this in the chat room right now. This is insane, bro. I can't believe they just did that to us. I got smacked up for a lot too, Cash Oak. You ain't the only one, buddy. You ain't the only one. This is diabolical. Yeah, I'm down today about $2,000. Coinbase CEO Brian wanted to say something. Oh man, oh my mama. Dump it, baby, to zero, Leave You says. This is bad, man. Tell Trump just to slow down. If you ain't got nothing really substantial, I wouldn't do anything. He did the, Bitcoin reserve thing yesterday. That was kind of an optics to lead up to this, but it led up to nothing. This is absolutely nothing, because I'm gonna tell you why. Because all this shit has to get passed by Congress ultimately. Like anything, I think I could be wrong, but yeah. So bookmark that trading view chart and look out for the subscription later tonight. Sign up, you'll get access. You'll have to, on the form when you're checking out, you'll just have to drop your trading view username. I need that to actually give you the access. So once you give me that, I'll put it in the system, and boom, it'll give you access to the signal you see on the screen right now. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Wow, this is quite interesting. Quite interesting day. All right, guys. So we're going to wrap up today. Thanks for tuning in. Again, really appreciate it. We're pretty much short. And let me just double check, because it looks like Tron is still hanging on to a long when it probably shouldn't be. It's not. It should be short as well. So we're going to reverse that. So we're fully short. 6 trades, all short. Let's see what happens. We broke. Get back to here. We broke the trend line, or the we broke the pennant on this trend line on the 13-minute, but we need to see at least 5 to 10 bars below here, because this could be a pump fake and take us, just like we did here, take us back up in there. But I just can't see any reason why we would go back up now, because that was an absolute nothing burger. We already dropped on Trump's strategic reserve call. We've traversed that whole move back up. So we're now back at where we were starting to dump. I think we head lower from here. I'm going to be honest with you. So hopefully these 6 trades short can recover a lot of that nonsense we lost earlier today. All right, it's your boy Crypto Blood. It's been a long session today. We out here, people. Holla. Shout out to Caffeinated Crypto, I believe, for the 5 memberships today. Show him some love again. Appreciate it, my friend. I know you're probably not watching right now, but we appreciate you, and you are on the wheel for the next giveaway, my friend. All right, I'm out here, people. Holla.